Hello. This is the oh my gosh. This is the last time I'm gonna be saying this. Welcome to a Vancouver Titans match. This is the last match of the season for the Titans. Man, time flies. I feel like it was just like a month ago I started doing this, but here we are. Sorry I wasn't here yesterday. We had crazy storms in Pennsylvania, and I decided I just want to take out my internet for like half a day. That was pretty cool, but it seems like I didn't really miss much. Shock is a pretty good team, but today we got Vancouver Titans on their season finale. I need to get a haircut. Versus the London Spitfire, who have not won a match yet this season. I think there were a lot of people thinking like this was going to be the winless bowl. You know, they thought both teams were going to go in here without a win, and the winner would come out with it with their first win of the season. But Vancouver already got their win a week ago against Boston. So for them, this is just, you know, making sure that they don't give London their first win, which based off of how they're playing, I mean, obviously, again, Vancouver's won a match, so I would say they're favored into this, but neither of these teams have been world beaters. So I think momentum is going to be a huge thing in this. The fact that this is the final match of the season, these teams are going to want to come out and prove, like, hey, they're going to want to end it on a good note. So I guarantee both these teams are going to give it their absolute all this match to try and end the season on a good note. So let's quickly start off here with first things first, let's talk about the starting lineup here first. So on DPS, we have Teru and Dalton starting. I've heard that Linkster will definitely be in for one of the maps, but considering it's Lijiang Tower to start, that's a very good Pharah map. I assume you're going to see Teru on Pharah for it. On tanks, as always, we got Chang Sik and Fried Wiener. They've been kind of tearing it up lately. I expect to see more Chang Sik ball, especially on Lijiang Tower. And then on support, as always, we got Rolf and Fire. So that's the lineup. Let's quickly get the behind the numbers here, who we have Linkster on it. But like I said, he's not starting first map, but he'll definitely be in. He has 154 final blows. Not bad. A bit over 200,000 hero damage. Again, that's a spicy number. And 65 crit elims. You know that's on the Widow, him getting those headshots. So I expect to see big things from Linkster when he plays today. That is powered by Sportsnet, as always. Thank you for that. And then we also have keys to the game presented by Best Buy and Intel. Number one, DPS need to dictate pace, and the first elim is critical. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty true. I'll say in the Hammond comps, it's normally Hammond is the one that is sometimes dictating that first engage, but Dalton has been the one who's been really making the plays and getting those first picks with either his pulse bomb or just winning fights. So I expect Dalton to also have a big match. Number two, rotate quickly to punish aggression. That's something that Vancouver has struggled with sometimes, where when they get that initial pick or when they get like a numbers advantage, sometimes they seem like they don't know really where they want to go with it. So being all on the same page and being fast is very important. It's not just like being fast, it's not one or the other. You got to be both fast and on the same page. And then number three, create space for Dalton, build on past success. Dalton's definitely been like the bright spot the past few weeks. Really for most of the season, he's been a beast. And if they give him room to work on the Tracer, he will definitely get some pulse bomb kills in there. That's for darn sure. So those are the keys of the game presented by Best Buy and Intel. And then, as always, we got the breadstick board. It seems like there's a couple fun things going on with it that I hadn't seen. So we got, apparently, the casters, if they mention breadsticks 10 times, that completes a board on it. So I'm sure someone will be keeping track of that. So I imagine they'll mention it 10 times. The fact that it's the last match of the season, the casters are aware of it. I imagine they're going to mention that. Then you need, what, 5 melee final blows, a double barrage, a triple ult. Some of these seem hard to get, actually. Hold on. I guess 5 melee final blows. That'll probably happen. A double pulse bomb, that's happened a lot. I could see it being finished off there. Not the easiest board we've had, but I think it'll get completed. I think we're going to have breadsticks for the final match, and we'll be able to just end it on a good note, a good win, and with our bellies full. But that is the breadstick board. And then also, I've heard that we have a final sponsor who decided to hop in for the last match of the season. We have wait a sec. We have Monster Cat here, who is sponsoring the match. I think we might have some music throughout the stream at some point. I'm not sure if the producer will be putting it on, showing off the jams. Oh, they're on right now? Hold on. Hold on. I'm pretending I'm hearing it, but it's definitely a bop. Okay, shouts to them though for sponsoring for the final match. I know like a lot of streamers and YouTubers have used them for like streaming, so I've heard some of their songs before. They got some good stuff there. Check them out. But that is all the sponsors we've run down. And as I said, this is the final match of the season. This is man, this season really flew by. I think all the breaks in between it and all the like months off have made it feel a lot shorter than it was. But I had fun. I wish there could have been a few more wins throughout the season, but there were definitely some good points throughout it. I had a good time being here. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed watching it. This is definitely a bit out of my comfort zone for some of it, even though I do streaming and whatnot. I've never really done, you know, casting the analysis stuff. God, it's a hard word to say, but I had a fun time doing this. So thank you to Vancouver Titans and them for having me on and coming through this. But I definitely think Vancouver is going to take this match. This isn't me with my homer look at it. I think London has not looked good all season, obviously. And not that Vancouver has been like world beaters, but Vancouver have shown, especially in the past couple weeks, a lot of good signs. So I'm expecting to see them continue on what they did against Boston. I don't think that Boston match was just a fluke. I think that Boston match was Vancouver playing up to how they could be all season. And the fact that this is the final match of the season, and they also have fans there. Vancouver is doing a little watch party, apparently, where they have fans in the same building they're playing at. So I think they're going to want to put on a good show for them, and I'm hoping that they come out on top. I'm going to say 3-1. I think London's going to take a map. No team wants to get 3-0'd for the final match of the season, but I think Vancouver will come out looking a bit stronger, and they'll take it on that. But other than that, though, it looks like, well, actually we have just one player. We have just Fried Wiener sitting there and contemplating life, it looks like. It must be cold in there. He's got a jacket on. You know, one thing I hate playing in places that are cold. Ooh, hold on. What's that I heard? Nothing. All right. Well, I think it does look like the players are getting ready here, and I'm pretty much out of stuff to say here. But I will be back after the first map to talk. I'm sure we'll have some codes and other stuff to give out, considering this is the final stream. And we'll have some little goodies to give away. So stick around. I'll be back after Lijiang Tower to help break that down a little bit.
Feeling quite a bit more, I don't know, uncertain, I think, about the outcome. Or maybe just a little bit more worried, perhaps, than some of the other potentially even bigger matches that have been over the course of the season. This is their final opportunity.
And that's the key, right? It's their final opportunity. It's a much shorter season this year compared to, if you want to make the obvious contrast to 2018 Dragons, they had 40 opportunities. That is a huge amount of regular season games. The London Spitfire, the Vancouver Titans, if you want to extend this as well to the LA Valiant, those teams have only had 16 opportunities to put a win on the board. And London, this is their final chance. Potentially their best chance. They've come close before, but this is it. It's all on the line right now. And just again to reiterate, this squad is one of the winningest, the most winningest roster that EU Contenders has ever put together. They dominated their domestic scene in Europe. And so the fact they've come into Overwatch League this year around in 2021 and underperformed their expectations massively, it's a huge burden, I've got to imagine, for these players. Just to be able to get the win today would be huge. And the same applies to the Titans. Getting a single win out of the entire season is also not what they came into the league looking for.
Yeah, at the end of the day, all of these players are going to want to look back on this season and ask themselves, did I give it my all? That's the only thing that's going to be standing in their minds years and years on, is wondering, did I give it my all to really win out this season? And to walk away with a win would be, honestly, I think just a bit of cathartic release, honestly, from this season overall, yeah, for both of these teams as well. Yeah. And it must have been incredibly frustrating to just go into this as well, with the Overwatch League being the pinnacle, I suppose, of what a lot of Contenders players look up towards. It's when you've quote-unquote made it, it's when you can really start to, you know, perform on the big stage. To not have the performance you were looking for is obviously incredibly disappointing, so they're looking to at least end it on a high note.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a brutal time to be an esports pro, you know? Everyone's stuck inside, you're all focused on your work to the max. Let's take a look at Shax, though. He's been playing previously with the LA Valiant, had some standout Tracer performances last year, came into London Spitfire as that roster dissolved in the off-season, and we were thinking that it was going to add a huge injection of talent into a Spitfire roster that was waiting for Sparker to turn 18. And he has been good. The performance he's been putting up have been way above what you'd expect for a Spitfire squad that has been losing all of their games. Tied in 4th when it comes to solo kills and pulse bombs. That's enormous for a squad that has been getting destroyed when it comes to these matches. So, impressive performances. He and Sparker have got to be the win conditions today. You heard Custer talk about it. He wants them to go towards Orisa. I don't mind if they stick on the ball, but they've got to lean heavily on Shax and Sparker.
Yeah, the DPS is what's going to be showing them through this this forest that they're wading through.
Yeah.
Unknown circumstances. They need to get on the other side of it. They need to get a win on the board. That's what we're going to be looking at. The Vancouver Titans, on the other hand, I wonder if there's admittedly a bit of less pressure on them, actually, given the fact that they've already got that win on the board. I wonder if they're coming into this one with a bit of a different mindset as well. They've certainly looked more comfortable when they've been playing these Wrecking Ball compositions. That's where Chansic's really been able to shine.
Yeah, and actually, the Vancouver Titans in their win against Boston looked great against Orisa comps as well. So I think London are going to try and keep this ball-centric as much as possible here. Sparker starting out on the Sombra. Didn't look like his best look in their most recent match. He looked a bit more comfortable, again, when he was playing on the Hanzo, but this is one of those stages where you're going to want to try and scrap it out and get into the backline. Wolf and Fire have looked a little punishable in previous matches, and there's a first early pick.
And there you go, Rolf goes down. That's a bit of a volley there from Reaper from across the map. Fire goes down as well. He's just hammering in the shots. Of course, a lot of damage being done by the rest of his team, but an early team fight win here for the London Spitfire. Signs of life for them as well. And honestly, an early map win is the thing they need to really get, I think, the momentum behind them. We've seen the London Spitfire kind of crumble, actually. When they lose close maps early on in series, they tend to just fall to pieces the later it goes. I think it's quite important for that squad to be able to get the early wins where necessary.
Absolutely agree. We've also seen them go 99-0 yesterday in both of their rounds of early control and then lose it. Chansik presumably hacked there with a Discord Orb. I didn't quite catch it, but Sparker manages to find that kill, and the London Spitfire are going to keep this one going. Sparker getting close to an EMP as well. Was pretty slow to be able to generate those, but here's London again on a bit of a dive.
It's looking nice. Yeah, Rolf just a little bit left out to dry there. Fell down, chipped down. That's the back line going to be removed. Post bomb into the corner there. Kellex obviously just holding up the shield. He's going to be safe.
Solo EMP.
The Vancouver Titans can still win this one. Solo EMP, I'm not really sure if that's going to be setting up too much, but Chansik couldn't really move anywhere. An easy target for the pulse bomb still. Terror in the fight. Fry just trying to get out of there, but he's going to be demeched. Still taking the fight here. Shax needing a bit of that spam damage from afar. Molten needs to be careful. They've had to give up the point here, Josh.
Fried Wiener in Baby Diva form as well. That's on the bingo card if he manages to get in a limb. Teru with the Discord Orb on him, pops attack visor.
Yeah, tactical visor from long range now. You can see that no damage fall off, just tries to take advantage of it. But Teru, look at the pressure, keeping him out. Not allowed to really just follow up on a lot of the damage that the rest of his team is doing here. And it's going to be an early flip over. London just really brute forcing their way across the point. Using Addy's mines as well to take a bit of space in the process. Not bad from the London Spitfire thus far.
Yeah, not too bad at all. The problems have come when they're trying to attack into control points rather than defend them. They look fairly coordinated otherwise. Haddy, though, almost getting caught. Had to pop the adaptive shields there to be able to get away. Sparker has EMP. He's just kind of hanging out in the courtyard area, looking to try and go onto the back line. Sends it up, maybe with self-destruct.
Terror couldn't go anywhere. That was picture perfect. Right over the wall. It was going to catch every single angle. What are you going to see? Sparker's holding onto this EMP. Shax just trying to basically do the damage, and already the backline being pressured down so heavily. The Titans desperate to turn it around. They can potentially do it, but with Rolf out of the picture, it's going to be much more difficult. Overtime going. That's a self-destruct that drops like a rock onto the point. It's not going to be any predictable path for that to go into. Not going to be catching any targets either. Good power drive off to the side. Hardy sets his team up. The damage is done as Fire and Terror are going to be falling. Nice little boop off the edge of the map as well. Fry did not have the boosters. He's gone. It's an eventual flip now as the overtime comes through. Shax takes out Dalton. And I believe it's just Rolf who can really touch. Not going to be happening. That's going to be the round to the London Spitfire, and that is convincing, Josh.
It absolutely was, and crucially, London didn't allow the Titans to take control of the objective for any sustained period of time. Yesterday, we saw London get up to 99-0, and then their opponents took over and just walked it all the way back. They couldn't dislodge Paris Eternal at any point from the objective, and so these early rounds of control slipped through their fingers like so many grains of sand. London's starting out well here, and we're going to see potentially Teru on the Pharah. That's what Jonathan wanted to see, but his idea was against Orisicoms. It looks like Hadi's going to be again on the ball. The London Spitfire tried this Ana backline last time. It did not work against Naga. Will it work against Teru?
Yeah, and the reasons we pointed out the other day was it just doesn't really synergize well. Both those supports. I mean, in theory, they're using it to try and at least counteract a lot of the Pharah play. I guess you can put more pressure onto it with the Batiste primary fire, but
you don't really have
theory doesn't always work out in practice. Yeah, exactly.
And at some point here, Teru is going to get nano boosted at some large portion in the fight. Rolf dropped very low though, and Kellex from the backline lasers him down. Great opening pick set up by Hadi.
Yeah, and this backline is susceptible, but you got to be able to get into position in the first place to do so. This time, London absorbing that aggression coming through. You can see they didn't even play point really at all, other than the tank line. Hadi just distracting, but that's all they needed. They created an opening for them. That one's really punishing Hadi as well when he's trying to get himself set up into these positions. You can see very lows. Second thinking that move, almost rolling into the enemy, but backpedaled a little bit.
Teru at 80%. Rolf miles away from the nano because he got picked early in the fight. As Teru moves around the right-hand side. Titans approaching from white room here. That isolates Rolf, potentially makes him a target. Changsig hacked.
Yeah, and that hack is brutal, especially on the wrecking ball. Dalton with the pulse bomb, but he can't opt to use it. Has to use the recall, too scared of going down. Now he doesn't have it for this next fight. Shax knows this. Power driver comes through. Teru with the barrage indoors. No one's even there. He can't get the appropriate angles to try and get the damage done. Shax with the pulse bomb is going to get that D-mech. That's nicely done. Baby Diva Form fried with another opportunity to potentially get a bit of the bingo cards going, but at this point, they might not even be thinking about it. Still, damage now being done here by the DPS of the Vancouver Titans, but the EMP to potentially turn it here. The London Spitfire investing ultimates. Spark is still in the fight, but he's so low. Had to translocate back out of there. The tank line's just being tracked down to the ends of the earth. Hardy falling means the Vancouver Titans are going to be winning this team fight out solidly, and they're going to be able to have control, at least for the first time this map.
Good work from Teru, taking the nano, I believe, and getting value with it, but Sparker's EMP was way too late. No possibility there of anyone following up. Molfig got nano boosted, but he was trying to peel defensively. And now comes the difficult scenario for the London Spitfire. We've seen them struggle in these positions before, trying to retake the objective. Titans have another nano to be able to work with. And Teru is looking for this play. That backline is so susceptible.
Yeah, they're marking him pretty well, but the rockets just come through off onto the side. You can't eat that up, and that's a real problem for them. They're going to be trading the Annas right now, and they do manage to find Chansik as well. Chansik potentially trying to follow up on a bit of that damage and take Kellex out. Teru, this is so risky. Goes right into close quarters, the barrage. 8 up in the end, but the final rocket just catching onto Kellex. Teru will fall in the end here. Molfig still just trying to hunt down the Mercy. Fire just had nowhere to go. In the white room there, Molfig still trying to stay alive, receiving a lot of the healing, and now the peel comes through. The London Spitfire finally responding. Felt like a bit of a delayed answer to it, but they are going to be able to keep him up and healthy. Nice boop though, pushing him all the way back here. Reaper's in a lot of trouble. Did manage to get the nano boost off though. Maybe Molfig can do something with it.
London have 6 ultimates to be able to work with. Nano deployed, no idea where that went as well. Nano exchange on both sides. The Vancouver Titans still in control of this as London try and wrestle things back. They're finding it difficult to actually get value out of these ultimates. Spark has had EMP now for the last 20 seconds probably, and Shax hasn't found a good pulse bomb target. Kellex isn't really in position to get big value out of his window, but London have managed to wrestle control back, and they have these ults to try and stay in control. Maybe Sparker can set up for a more successful EMP here. He's trying to harass Shangsik.
It's optimistic from Shax. Didn't really get the best engagement, but yeah, you're right, Josh. London with the defensive positioning now, they are... Essentially, it's up to them how they want to engage into this fight with the ultimates. EMP should be just just a complete win, and now they're going to be committing it. It catches onto 3 targets. Chance it goes down. The stick is beautiful. Fire's taken out with 86% and counting. It's looking like a done deal here for the London Spitfire. Right down to the local market, able to find so many pickoffs now. 94% and counting here for them. Vancouver are going to be able to get the overtime going as Chansik will scatter the mines across the point. He's falling very low though. Has to just play around, and that's the nano boost onto Shax to try and close this one out.
Hack as well onto Fried. No defense matrix available to try and shut down or mitigate the impact that Shax is able to have. Beat down onto Fried. It's denying him the bingo card. London in such control.
Yeah, and Tero, it's a desperation barrage in the end. It only catches onto the immortality field. He's a sole survivor. It's not going to be enough there. That's going to be the map going towards the London Spitfire, the first of potentially many here. The Vancouver Titans, well, really a good response to what London were doing. You can tell that this is something that the London want desperately, London Spitfire I should say, want desperately in their pocket. That first map win to try and potentially get the momentum on their side.
They were in control the entire time as well. London started well in both of the rounds. Vancouver had their opportunities to get back in on Garden, but in the end, they weren't able to close it out. That's caused a lot of troubles for the London Spitfire, that opening map recently. So getting that on the board is going to be a big confidence boost for them as they go forwards in this, their last game of the regular season.
We'll be looking how this series really goes as well. Battle between both these teams. It was hyped up over the course of the season, and we're just getting started, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after this.
Lijiang's a stupid map anyway. That's what I always say. I say, who cares about Lijiang? Who cares about winning it? Unfortunately, Vancouver falls on the first map against London, but there were some good sides there. Teru's Pharah looked pretty good. Dalton was still having a good impact on the Tracer. The two biggest issues I've seen, and it's kind of been a reoccurring trend since the Boston match, is Changsik's ball just hasn't looked that great. And again, he's admittedly said himself that like ball is his least like comfortable hero, but with the current meta, ball is pretty good, and I honestly feel pretty bad for him because playing ball, especially at like owl level, is I'm sure insanely hard. And then especially when you're playing against a Sombra, when your team doesn't have a Sombra of your own, so all you're seeing is the enemy ball getting to do whatever he wants as you're getting hacked nonstop. It's rough out there. As someone who plays a lot of Hammond, I feel bad for him, and I'm almost thinking that even though Hammond is pretty meta, it's looking like, I'm thinking they might get more value if they put him on something like Winston or Orisa, just because, I mean, you can just see he's like not getting like great engages, he's not getting like good impact from playing him. And again, it's not really his fault. The other team's doing a good job shutting him down, but it seems like they're just continuing trying it and forcing it to work when that's looked like the pretty obvious weak spot in the comp. So I'm curious to see if they keep running that. We have, what do we have for the next map here? I just had it pulled up. Anubis. So, ball is pretty decent on Anubis. It's sometimes good on attack. On defense, it's been pretty good. So, honestly, you might see ball, but I would expect to see defense Orisa, something else like that. Then the other issue I've been seeing is it seems like Rolf is getting back into the trend of either getting picked early or just like dying before he's able to use his ults. And this was like kind of a trend earlier in the season, and then it started to not be an issue as much. But the past couple weeks, I've been noticing it again, and I'm not sure if that's just the current meta being so, you know, dive heavy, where players like you have Ball Diva just going around like crazy. But I think it might be need to be a bit more coordination between him and Fried Wiener. I think some of these Fried Wiener might need to be the one keeping him up, especially if they're running the Pharah Mercy comp, because at that point, the Pharah or the Anna doesn't have the Mercy to help. So those are the two big things I saw. On Anubis, this won't be as big of an issue. 2 CP plays very different. I don't know who we're going to see between Lynx or Teru. I guess we'll see on that who's in. But I expect this to go very differently. From what I've heard, it sounds like Vancouver's had a pretty good record against London in most practice. But then again, practice is practice. Scrims are entirely different than matches. Sometimes teams don't even run like their normal strats in scrims just because you don't want the other teams to know. So who knows on that? But again, 1-0 deficit's nothing. Koth, that's the nature of Koth. Sometimes if you lose those first couple of fights, the map is just hard to take. But on Anubis here, I think Vancouver will be able to stabilize it a little bit because this is kind of their back against the wall. If you go down 0-2 in the final match, that's going to be very hard to come back from. I think they need to take this map if they don't want this to be a sweep. And I think they realize that, and they're going to come out strong here on Anubis. You see Fried Wiener typing up something there, cracking the fingers. Look at all the space they have there. I was just mentioning that to my producer. I was like, oh my goodness. They have so much arm room, but I guess COVID protocols and whatnot, you got to have all that 6 feet apart. But that's pretty much for me. I think we'll have some codes to give off after this match. I don't know if we have any right now. We'll do them after this map. So after Anubis, we'll have some to give out, and I'll be back after Anubis to chat with you guys a bit, break it down, and you know, hopefully we have a few. Hopefully this goes to five maps. I don't want this to be a quick 3-0, 4-3-1 or whatever. I want this to go 5 maps, having a nice, good final match, and end with a Vancouver Titans win. That'd be cool to see. But I will be back after Anubis to talk about it then.
Game, honestly, is that, alright, we all know that we're not watching the most legendary high-tier Overwatch possible, but these two teams in their final match of the season are so evenly matched that there's just going to be pop-off moments all over the place anyway. The fans of London and the fans of Vancouver have been waiting for a game like this, where it's evenly matched, where you can really see what your players are capable of. We know that these players are the top 1% of the 1% in the world. That's how they made it to the Overwatch League in the first place. I think people often forget that. It's just that they look a little underwhelming compared to the other players in the league, because the others are even better than that. But when you get them matched up against similar opposition, they can still have some amazing moments, some highlight plays. We've seen it in the past from a lot of these players. Dalton with his pulse bomb sticks, and Shax and Sparker popping off as well.
Oh, yeah.
Ripper had some fantastic moments on Zen, even on Li Jiang that we just watched.
Yeah, sometimes it's a massive exaggeration coming out from, I guess, some of the community as well. I've seen some outrageous comments of people saying, could my Open Division team take the Vancouver Titans?
No, they couldn't. No, they absolutely couldn't.
Yeah, it's highly unlikely. I think probably overstating it, but this is, I think it's a good point to raise. Yeah, go ahead.
I love these little factoids that are at the bottom of the screen here. London and Vancouver, the only teams in the West that have only played each other once before in the history of the league, because London was in the APAC region. They were both 0-3 on Li Jiang as well. So London just managed to win their first time on Li Jiang this entire year. And the last time the London Spitfire won was over a year ago. Over a year ago, the last time they won. That losing streak extends back into the end of last season too.
Absolutely ridiculous. Maybe they can turn it around. They're one map already there. You can see Sparker trying to get a hack off as well. Chancing coming from onto the side. The bubble to block that as well and just leap back to the safety of the rest of his team. Right now, London just struggling to get past this choke point and find the right timings to do so. Boop off onto Hardy, but the bubble's placed down, so they have gained control of the platform. Gonna have to back away though as the bubble bursts. Hardy eating a ton of damage, but that's what they're looking for. Playing on the precipice of death right there. Build up those support ultimates.
Yeah, and now look at that. Ripper is about 30% ahead of Rolf because of all of the damage that Hadi and Molfig took. So now they can engage with Ripper's Nano. Hadi needs to find a good target and go in. The thing is, Teru is 90% of his EMP, which I'm not sure they're going to anticipate.
Yep. You see that Nano as soon as Hadi gets slept, but immediately woken up. Dalton into the back, that's the recall forced. Oh, you need to see a bit of value coming out from him. The neutral hack was there onto Hadi, which meant he couldn't actually do too much here. Now Teru unleashes the EMP. That's 4 targets going to be at least hacked up. Is there going to be any sort of follow-up? Yes. Chancing receiving that nano boost. He's able to essentially tickle down the opposition. The cannon in his hands, and that's going to be enough to at least win out this team fight. Shouldn't need to commit too many more ultimates into this one. Still London rotating around and staying alive in this. The longer this drags out, the more pressured Vancouver might feel. Rally's going to be used now as well. Chancing still holding on to the Primal Rage. Moving around, Molfig very, very low into the back line. That's going to be the D-Mech, Pulse Bomb as well as that. Now we see the Primal Rage being used. They got them into close quarters, but the hack comes through. That's an EMP onto so many different targets. Still not enough. Sparker's EMP, there was no follow-up. No one was really alive to do the damage necessary to break through.
Oh, I can appreciate the confidence, perhaps, from Kellex and Molfig, but that was almost objectively a poor decision. Kellex pops the rally, Molfig gets DMA'd, Hattie jumps in to try and help, but dies before he gets the primal. EMP pop, no possible follow-up. The London Spitfire trying to do, you know, the thing the great teams do, committing into fights even when it looks bad, but that was just throwing good money after bad.
That's another nano boost on the Chansic. He's so low. He's going to get out of there, but Shax is the one who goes down. Chansic's still alive. His team keeping him up in the middle of this one. But now it's Hattie's turn. With a nano boost in the Primal. Primal's going to be fading, but of course he's still got that nano boost for just a moment. And he's got 2 picks off the back of this. Bubble onto the side. Oh my god! Just using a fountain to dodge the line of sight of the self-destruct. Hattie very fortunate to try and survive that one, but they still want to fight this one. Just grabbing the Mega Health pack and then running back into the fight. They've got to deal with Dalton onto the staircase, taking so much damage, forces out the recall, but he's so low. He's got the heals, but it seems they've given up on taking this point. They're going to leave this one to the London Spitfire now. And that's going to be that point A capture that they were looking for, eventually just dragging it out, fighting tooth and nail for it.
Yeah, the pace from London was good, though. They got back in with a nano, and Hattie was able to utilize that primal, and they wiped out the Vancouver Titans. Just on a knife's edge, though. And it looks like Vancouver might be set up to go for something aggressive here. Dalton, at the very least, looking like he wants to go for something. A hack as well, potentially here. Bionade in the back line. And
it's
they've
a
been
massive
deleted.
setup. The Bionade came in from Rolf, and it catched the back line. The timing from that one, Dalton just coming into it as well. Oh wow, and he's actually managed to catch Sparker. I'm not sure what audio cue gave him away there, but forcing them back as well around the corner.
Yeah, I think just spamming some normal lanes that he's expecting the Sombra to be going through, because the Translocator had not yet been deployed. Vancouver winning that one so cleanly has bought them another opportunity here to try and fight, perhaps with the Primal. Changsik could go in at the same time as Dalton harasses the back line. Rolf is going to have a nano available too. These aggressive defenses on Anubis are key to holding on. You can't allow the attackers to get the space to go towards their win conditions.
For EMP catches, that's going to be onto 3. Rolf also being catched for that one. You can see the tank line getting a lot of pressure on them. Dalton just hiding around the corner. Doesn't want to have to use that recall, but has the rally armor. Despite the hack, he is safe. His team's able to keep him up there. Ultimate exchange, but you see no real progress being gained here from the London Spitfire. In fact, they want to send in the nano boost onto Hardy. He gets subbed up and immediately woken up again. The neutral hack just trying to escape out of this one, but they blocked the healing. Great bubble from Chansik there at the choke point. Wasn't able to keep Hardy back up there.
The life of a main tank, slept, hacked, healing denied, and now your backline is getting eviscerated. Poor Hattie. The London Spitfire are getting close to some other ultimates that they can try and use, but Vancouver are just chaining these quite nicely. Teru now has an EMP that they could go aggressive with. Changsik still with the Primal. Rolf building up to another nano. It seems like this is going to be difficult for the London Spitfire here. Perhaps their best opportunity would be to EMP defensively to try and kill Changsik as he tries to engage on them.
EMP ready and waiting. That's going to be used immediately. Catches onto Hattie as he pops the Primal Rage, so he has a bit of brawn, but not for much longer. That extra health's not going to be keeping him up when he couldn't really leap anywhere. Still, an even fight. The London Spitfire could look to try and take this one, especially with Shax still on the battlefield. Self-destruct off onto it, though. It's going to be going down, but still, Shax is just absolutely tearing things up right now. No one's really keeping him in check. Chansik was buying a bunch of time, but that's a lovely sleep dart, not able to get out of it. Woken up immediately, but obviously didn't have the recall to try and turn it. And not a single tick gained. The London Spitfire just being stalled out right at checkpoint B.
Visible frustration on Shax's face there. He's got to be thinking to himself, what more can I do? He's going in alongside Hattie, trying to get that space, get the picks. He got the kill onto Rolf. Now there's only 40 seconds left. Sparker with an EMP, catches the back line.
Yeah, that's going to be the supports on the Vancouver Titans. They can't really go anywhere there, but you can see the peel coming through. That's Fried, trying to keep his team up, and it means that, yeah, well, another one team fight there for the Vancouver Titans. London Spitfire realised we cannot afford to lose anybody else, and the Vancouver Titans are thinking, well, this might be our opportunity to just essentially close them out, lock them out right here, right now. Sparker is going to be on the point, so he's going to be able to at least pull them back. A bit of objective pressure. We saw quite a bit of that the other day. You can see him uncloak here. It's going to be pulling them back in just a moment. Starting to capture some of the distractions already in play.
If he can get even a single tick, even one tick here puts things in winnable territory. But there is someone contesting the objective.
Contested.
That's Dalton.
But this is Overtime ticking, they have to get back onto it. Rov's going to go down. You can see Hattie with the primal. He's just about got back onto it. This is still a winnable fight right now for London, but they need to try and find some picks. They need to close this one out. It's looking really difficult for them. Terror being pressured, forced to offload the EMP early, but Dalton goes down from the whip shot. Hattie traded. They're still alive. They got the tick, the post bomb. Shaxx in it, trying to drag his team over now, but a sleep dart again, Rov. You absolute maniac. Pushes them off. Nobody was on the objective, but they did get the tick they were looking for.
Oh, that is just wild. The London Spitfire committing themselves in at that final moment, creating chaos and carnage everywhere. And they just managed to secure themselves a feasible win condition. If you're only able to cap Objective A, and you don't even get that single tick on B, there's no chance. Nobody has really been full holding point A in this meta. It's not feasible with the ults that you have and the positioning that the attackers can take. It just seems impossible to be able to do. But full holding B is very feasible. You saw the Vancouver Titans almost accomplish it right there. And London looked so shaky and uncoordinated with how they were attacking. The synergy from Hattie and Shaxx was alright, but their backline and their frontline had totally different ideas about the tempo they wanted to be playing at. Hattie and Shaxx wanted to go really deep to create space for them, but they just create a gap where the Vancouver Titans tanks can form a wedge between Hattie and the backline. And at that point, London are taking two completely separate team fights. They've got no chance of winning. Take a look at this replay from Roll.
Oh, caught on them. I don't know if he was even aiming for it. Might have been aiming for Kellex there, but it'll take Shaxx.
He landed a couple of those sleep darts, actually. Shaxx was constantly trying to pressure, and Rolf was landing some decent sleep darts on Hattie, on Shaxx, really shutting down that aggression.
And I'll say this, as much as we're gassing up the London Spitfire for being able to get that tick, Vancouver Titans, they're looking at that checkpoint being, they're seeing a very real win condition.
Oh yeah, so winnable. In fact, favoured. Vancouver Titans should be winning this map.
Still favoured. Just got to get past this choke point. You can see there's a lot of spam from either side, just trying to get through. A lot of these comps relying on the ultimates, and the Nano Boost is going to be the first to come online for both of these teams as well. That's going to be their major initiation tool.
And again, you see the attackers being able to generate an advantage when it comes to the Nano, because they can kind of decide where the damage is going. Sparker has built up to 80% of an EMP. Hack, Bionade is all looking good. Chancing might not survive
use the Nano. They can use the Nano because of it, but now the Nano is going to be applied. As the Bionade fades, the leap in comes through, and there's no whip shot. There's nothing to keep him back. Chance is getting maximum value. In fact, he's been woken up in the middle of it. It's absolutely lackluster there. Shaxx is forced to take matters into his own hands with a ridiculous post bomb. The stick comes through, the quick 180. Rov's taken out. And now London, they're just trying to survive. Shaxx dodging, juking, moving in and out, weaving, bopping, whatever you want to call it. He's finding his way, he's finding his footing, and he's actually still putting out immense impact in this team fight.
Great work from Kellex, keeping him alive in that situation as well. But the London Spitfire were really saved, not just by the pulse bomb of Shaxx, but the EMP from Sparker too, that was able to quell some of the pressure that was coming out from the Titans. But with 2 minutes 20 on the clock, the Titans have a lot of good ults to be able to work with here. EMP being the most crucial one, as Teru has slunk into the back. He's just taking a look, sizing up Kellex and Ripper here. Going for the Transfer K.
The position is good though. He can't use the EMP when they're indoors like that, but the sleep down onto Hattie is not ideal. And that Sparker locked up, can't go anywhere. The leap from Chancing takes him out. And Hattie's next as well. No Primal Rage in play. I believe possibly still hacked up just at the tail end, but maybe just didn't want to offload it still. The London Spitfire committing into this one. The rally, they're grouped up. They have a bit of sustain into this fight, but no one's dealing with Dalton. Backed off against the staircase. They're the recipients of a big Bionade, actually. Rov's going to catch that onto both of them. They have to back away and give up at least a tick, but they can still fight, Josh, yeah.
Both teams Nano, both teams have Primal as well. The initiation here is going to be crucial. Can Rolf find a target before he dies? He needs somebody to be able to offload this onto.
Oh, he's trying to find it. He's got it just... No, onto Chancing died, potentially. I'm not sure where that Nano Boost went, but the London Spitfire are the ones winning it. What the heck just happened there? Ultimate's committed. Hardy comes through with the Nano Boost also onto him, and that's a wonderful setup for them.
Yeah, the Titans were not positioned to be able to absorb that aggression. I don't know whether their caller didn't realize that London were going to re-engage, but they were positioned in a very defensive manner that didn't allow Rolf a target to be able to use his nano onto. I believe you're right, Brent. I think that one just disappeared into the abyss as Rolf got taken down under all of that pressure and had his primal. Now London might be doing the impossible. They might be holding on A. Sparker with an EMP could just shut all of this down, and the tension, it's maintained with a pause.
Oh my god. The final 40 seconds of this. All the way down to the wire. Just as we were saying, I mean, with this meta, it's so unusual. You never see full holds on checkpoint A. We might be about to witness one right here. The London Spitfire, if they went 2 maps up in this series, they cannot be hoping for anything better.
And let's be clear, from the Vancouver Titans' point of view, they should have had a great opportunity to win that final fight on checkpoint A, and they should really be favored to win this map. They set themselves an extremely achievable win condition on their defense. London only just snuck away a single tick from them by single-digit percentage points. Here we go, back into the game. Everything on the line here on Anubis for Titans.
And Dalton has the pulse bomb. I'm looking at that realistically. The EMP comes through. That's onto the tanks again. Big Bionade onto Vancouver Titans' backline means they can't really play into this. Can they get any picks though? Good neutral hack there onto Fire, but not going to be getting anything off the back of this one. So Vancouver do a good job of just at least eating up one of the ultimates. That is wonderful tracking from Dalton. Almost taken out Shax. He's looking to get into position for it. Sparker, he's taken out. Dalton has the pulse bomb. I can't believe it. We're witnessing. Comes off to the side. That's Morph taking out the mech as well. Talking about taking things into your own hands. Dalton's just created magic for them.
That is so phenomenally good. The London Spitfire with only Hardy just trying to come back in. They've gone for the nano. Hardy is nanoed and primaled. And he just got moved off the objective. What a sad Winston. He's been hacked out. There is a potential, actually, that they can keep this one going.
Oh, they're going to snowball this.
Ripper does not get the fast spawn.
They have to snowball this. This is the greatest opportunity the Vancouver Titans have been handed right now. They can taste it. A single tick, that's all they need. 2.5 minutes.
They're
just waiting around. They're just waiting around.
Ripper has had chance now to respawn. Maybe they miscalculated and thought he'd be back in the fight quicker. Changsik slept as well. That's Ripper. That's the value of Ripper.
Yep. Post morph to the side as well. I mean, any chance of them winning this one might have just been completely mitigated. Rolf taken out. Shax does fall. Dalton answers with one of his own. No, it's never over until it's over. Changsik created so much space and the hack target's up. London Spitfire, they're just falling over. Can anybody touch this one now? It's so close to EMP connecting, but is there any sort of attempt? Is there any hope in hell? They're biding their time. They're waiting for the engage. It's perfect. Hattie comes back onto the point. They're tiptoeing on and off. It's like a dance, a bit of ballet occurring before our very eyes. And they just about hold it just before that first tick.
And Shax has got to be the lead ballet dancer in the middle of all of that as well. His tippy toes zipping him from one side of the objective to the other, just weaving and bobbing around the Vancouver Titans, breaking ankles left, right, and center. They couldn't pin him down, and now London have an opportunity here. 1.5 minutes on the clock. Teru's got to be the game changer for the Titans. He holds the power to take Anubis into the Titans' hands.
EMP comes through, only onto the back line, but the nano boost is already out. That's Hardy going to be receiving it, but he's slept up as well. It's a bit of a clown fiesta, but we'll see what Dalton can do to turn it around now. The post bomb, it's a whiff. No more recall available, but still needs to try and take them out. Now Rolf with the nano boost, but that's a jump right into the pillar. Changsik could not find his way onto the backline like he was hoping for, but he has built up the primal. London still trying to hold on. Self-destruct over the top. Will it connect? It will. Fried is down and out. The post bomb as well. Shax! What a clutch play! And just like that, the Vancouver Titans, they're going to be losing this team fight down to the final 40 seconds. It's a staggered team fight as well. The end of it, just the players just getting brought down straight back to the respawn queue. I cannot believe the London Spitfire are still holding on to this one, but now 30 seconds, Josh. Josh, one ultimate online. Changsik with the Primal Rage. That's where my eyes are going to be looking towards.
The time is so low, but so is everybody's ult bank as well. The London Spitfire back off. They realize they don't have enough tools to go for an aggressive defense. It's only Shax here peppering people from above. If he's able to get a pulse, it could be huge, but Changsik, he's already forwards.
Yep, the mark onto him, the bubbles burst, the hack onto Chansik. He's trying to make it work, but it's so difficult. The pressure, it's too much. He gets taken out. The point has to be played here. It's going into the overtime, and there's one man for the job. It's Dalton. He's taken out Kellex. Can he get anything else? Just trying to play around the point, the self-destruct. The bubble's going to be eating up a lot of it, but Shax goes down. The EMP, it connects. The Vancouver Titans, they've done it. They've done it. They've taken it away from the London Spitfire, and they're going to be taking map number 2.
The bread bowl does not disappoint. This carbohydrate-based competition is going all the way. What was that map? Both teams seemed reluctant to win it many different times where they could have taken an advantage and it just slipped through their fingers, but the Titans were not going to be denied. These two teams have been neck and neck all season, for better or for worse, most of the time for worse, and it's not going to change today. You thought this was going to be a 3-0 upset? It ain't happening. This one is going 1-1, and Brent, I have no idea whether we accomplished any of the micro baguette objectives.
Yeah.
I was just lost in that carnage.
I don't know where we're at. We're going to have to get an update on the bingo cards as well. But this map, this match, I want to see it go to distance, Josh. If there was anything that was preordained to go to 7, it would be this. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side of things, of course, the series is going to be continuing.
Near point.
Break. Nice.
Bonky under one, Bonky still under one.
One diva. Just one.
Monkey.
Go back.
One point, guys, bomb.
Station the pause.
Monkey one.
Give me a kick.
Diva, super inside point. Nice, Shiba, oh shit.
Bait, it's okay.
Yeah,
Next map is close.
listen.
That was cool getting to hear their comms there at the end. Oh my gosh. I need to take a breather after that game. I'm not even playing, and I feel stressed watching that one. Well, I thought multiple times Vancouver had lost that map after they choked that one first push where they had like a minute and a half left. Like, I don't know why Rolf didn't use his ult earlier there. When they were playing in there, he held ult for like 10 seconds. Then once the fight started going bad, he used it. And I thought like right there, that was the match. But then they managed to cap out the first point in OT and then the final point in OT in some crazy fights there. The entire team better give Dalton like a shoulder massage after this is over, because without a doubt, he is putting on the JanSport, strapping on the team, and he is taking them to school. He is he's kind of bopping. He's been bopping for most of the season. He like I don't think he started off the hottest. Like the first like couple weeks, he didn't super wow me, but like the entire like last half of the season, he's been nuts. So shouts to Dalton for beasting there. Really, most of the team did good there. Like the team looked also much better with Chinksik on Winston and not on Ball. Which going to Blizzworld next. Sometimes Hammond's played there, but sometimes I wouldn't be surprised to see him on either Winston or Orisa again, considering he does play both of those also. But let me get to this. We have a bunch of codes to give out. We have the fact that it's the final match of the season, the grand finale. We have a lot of skin codes to give out here. So I gave warning before that map that we'd have them. So if you don't have the app or anything open now, you know, you missed your chance. We'll give out, I don't know how we have total, way too many. I'll give out 10 right now. We have 10 codes to give out. So opportunity's been given. Someone's about to probably redeem all 10 of these themselves, but if that's you, hey, more power to you. There's a 1, 2. We're just gonna straight fire all 10 here. So maybe if you're someone who doesn't normally get them, get one of the later ones, and people will never know. You're on your phone. Well, hey, shouts for watching on your phone though. Listen, really, codes aren't everything. Codes are just like a nice little extra. I know why you're really here. The breadsticks, or you know, watching Vancouver win. One of those, but. Let's see, how many is that? 9? Whatever, we'll give out 9. Wait, was that 10? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9. We'll give out 9. I lied to you guys. You have to wait for the 10th one. So, like I said, it sounds like Linkser is back in here on Blizzworld. So, I imagine that will be either more Sombra being played. Even though Teru's Sombra looked good, I always thought Teru was more for being like a Mei Pharah specialist with some Echo and Genji also. But it looks like his Sombra is pretty decent also. But the fact that Linkster's in, I expect either Widow, Ashe, or Sombra, which he's been a beast on all three of those. Really, that's going to be a demoralizing map loss for London right there. Like, there were multiple times they had that map won, and to unfortunately lose it for them, that's very hard to like pull yourself out of mentally. Because like right there, they could have been up 2-0 and know they were on the cusp of their first win. And the fact that Vancouver somehow managed to pull that map win out, I've been in a similar position as London before. That's a very demoralizing loss. But this is Overwatch League. These are pro players. They know how to pull themselves out of it. You forget that map just happened, mentally reset, and come out strong for the next one. But I think Vancouver is going to use that momentum. Winning a map like that for them, they'll be able to take it over in the Blizz World here and start out strong here. So I'm still expecting the 3-1 from Vancouver like I first predicted. I'm feeling a little bit more confident about that prediction now that they won Anubis. But we'll see after Blizz World here. So that'll be it for me. I'll be back after Blizz World. We'll have more codes to give out. I'm sorry, Ashe Campbell, that your codes didn't work. Sometimes people are really fast with taking them, but we'll have more to give out after this. So if you want to try and make sure it's working, then we'll have plenty more. And I will be back after Blizz World.
Not swayed me one way or the other. You could say London has been the slightly better team considering how close Anubis was compared to Lijiang, but I think this is still absolutely anybody's. It's up for grabs. And there's going to be probably a range of different compositions being played on some of the upcoming maps that we haven't even seen so far yet. That was basically all Winston Ana compositions. I expect as we go into Blizzard World here, more back to the Zen Ball Tracer comps. But this is where I'm expecting Sparker to pull out the hands-up. This is where I think we go back to Custer's comment on the desk, and we see the London Spitfire try and run that kind of poke, but also having the ability to follow up on that poke with the Discord Orb and the Tracer.
Ready for battle.
Yeah, we might see it here on Blizzard World. Links are coming in as well for the Vancouver Titans here, so that should spell that we're starting to see some change in the Vancouver Titans in terms of what compositions they want to play. A bit of a hit scan specialist. You can see him just teasing around now on the Widowmaker.
I don't think we're going to be seeing that. But London are not opting for the Orisa composition on defense. I think the Vancouver Titans are probably just going to do a bit of scouting here. Now, I'll be interested to see what they come out with, but I'm not sure here. Vancouver are an interesting team. There's no way that Dalton is playing Doomfist into this. Surely not. His Tracer has been phenomenal. One of the biggest reasons that they were able to win on Anubis, and one of the biggest reasons that they were able to win their series against the Boston Uprising.
Yeah. Lynx is going to be committing now on the wide brim shooty man. Alongside Dalton, going to be playing the Tracer as normal. They're just looking for a pick right now early on as well. You can see Sparker's just hammering in these arrows. You get a lot of information as well off the back of that. You can see exactly how the Vancouver Titans are looking to try and rotate around into this comp. That's going to be the power drive engage that comes through. Nice stun. That is going to connect onto him, but not enough to take him out. Chancing with the Discord Orb on him. He needs to be careful as well that he doesn't overstep himself, but they've put in enough damage now onto the DPS that they can't really play into this one. London, though, look at this Sparker already building up this Dragon Strike. He's almost got it as well. Linkser, though, finds the first pick. That's Kellex. Down and out. Dragon Strike online. Holt going to be pulling Sparker down to the floor, but they've caught them a bit unaware. The London Spitfire able to just kind of pincer them as well from two different directions. Sparker, though, goes down at the end there to Fry. That's never ideal. Hattie as well.
And now this might become dangerous for the London Spitfire. Their backline is going to get pushed up. Vancouver have space. They don't have players really in the fight, though. There's only 3 Vancouver Titans players forwards. They're waiting for their backline, along with Changsik, to get towards the front. Ripper with the Transcendence might be able to save them, buy some time for London to get those players back into the engagement. But this is a full 6-on-6 again.
Yeah, it is. Post bomb down onto the floor. That's going to be a bit of a miss there. Transcendence, though, to lead the Vancouver Titans forwards. Ripper ended up using his a bit prior. Didn't really get too much done with it. In fact, Kellex has just been halted right into the maw. the Vancouver Titans with this composition are able to just roll forwards. They have so much to sustain them as well with the shields in play. Just trying to dodge a lot of the damage coming their way, but Hardy with the power driver. Caught onto Linkser, not enough to stay alive though. This is the Vancouver Titans just essentially slow rolling it. Able to eventually break past the defense. Going to be able to get this checkpoint A capture.
And a lot of that, I think, set up because they didn't have to full reset the first team fight. If they all had to go back to spawn with Changsik and Rolf and Linkser, then maybe the Vancouver Titans would have struggled a little more as the London Spitfire set up for the next fight. But they were able to keep that one going and punish a couple of players on London. And now, with the objective moving and Changsik nearing a supercharger, it becomes much more difficult for London Spitfire to actually set up these good dives. The positive is that Sparker should be able to melt Changsik's shield if he can get a good angle for it. He's actually just spamming the backline, keeping Rolf and Fire away.
80% and counting to the post bomb. He's definitely hunting for a target. You can see the way that they're looking around Dalton. That's a lot of damage on him, but he's going to give up on Dalton. Zips around as well over the mines. They're just buying a decent amount of time, but the Vancouver Titans perfectly happy to just let this kind of stall out as well, because they built up a couple of ultimates of their own.
As long as Shaq stops Dalton from taking high ground, it looks so impossible for Vancouver to get this push working. Because London have control, and they... Oh, Hardy has to escape. He does not. That's a huge opening.
Yeah, what a mistake. Hardy getting picked there. Obviously, the damage just a little bit too much in this card. I mean, it hasn't really stopped. They've always had 2 or 3 on it
his shield
this entire time.
Changsik's shield is just on the floor instead of on the payload. Never mind, he gets another one set back up.
They're right in the corner here. That's a Transcendence Force. Shaq's gonna get stunned up. Power Driver comes through, but that's Dalton with the pick. Sparker falling. They almost end up capping as well, just underneath them. The London Spitfire have to just rotate back now to the cart. Changsik's gonna get pressured down. The Fortify just can't save him there. They are gonna be just about winning this one. Post one against the wall. Linkser won't be going down. In fact, Linkser wants to keep trying to play this one, but has to back off now with the rest of his team as they've essentially lost this team fight.
Yeah, and these two are just going to be staggered kills as well. Discord Orb onto Rolf and Shax. Easy pickings there for the Tracer. And I think so much of this is down to high ground control. The London Spitfire's backline needs safe positions to be able to play from. Sparker, Ripper are going to do so much damage if they're just left uncontested on that high ground. And Dalton's the only player that can individually apply pressure. FRD would just get melted, unless the whole of their team paths up there. And that doesn't look like they're going to go for it. They're going around the side instead. The payload is sufficiently pushed that this makes sense.
That's short, that's Rolf gone. See you later. Linkser channeling his dead eye. Oh my goodness, that's a dragon coming your way. Run, Linkser, run! Get out of there. Everybody knows dragons eat cowboys. That's how they tamed the Wild West. Something along those lines. I don't know, I'm not a historian. This is just an unbelievable fight from the London Spitfire though. Reaper just lighting up the kill feed.
I would love to see your version of a Western. I'd love to see that. Just blending completely different themes together. Vancouver have now made full-scale swaps to their comp. They had an Orisa comp with Linkser on Cowboy. Now he's picking up the anime Dragon Man. So he's definitely on board with your universe, I think, Brian. He's blending the two styles together himself. It's really been a while, I think, since I've seen Linkser pick up a Hanzo. Just off the top of my head.
Oh, there's a pick.
It doesn't feel like a pick that, that he's been playing a ton of.
There's one for another with these teams. You're about to sing the praises of them getting the opening pick, and then suddenly, the next thing you know, they've already lost a player. Shax goes down to the whip shot there. Now, the Vancouver Titans are going to start to slowly gain ground here onto the high ground. London have to give this up. The volley's getting sent in, though. They're buying enough time. Of course, the spawn door is very close. They're able to get back into the fight quickly, and Shax, you can see him, he's already back. Post bomb, Dalton, that's going to be a bit of a rare whiff there, but Rolf goes down. That's a Storm Arrow. Sparker taking him out. Another headshot, Linkser's taken out.
Amazing from Sparker to be able to get that kind of value in the final team fight of the Titans attack. It just looks over at this point. Kellex with the rally as well, and they're just on clean-up duty.
Yeah, London Spitfire DPS just making it absurd. What a way to finish. Shax with the post-bomb kill onto Fire, obviously takes himself out in the process as well, probably from the shield bash.
Must have been Fire shield bashing. That's
that's
a bit of amusement.
That's a way to end the round, at least. The London Spitfire, when they were looking a little bit disgruntled, I think, as well, off the back of that checkpoint A, able to just get the hold going, which is impressive enough. Vancouver Titans just couldn't quite find their way that they wanted to at least finish out checkpoint B. It's given the London Spitfire now on the attack very clear goals in terms of how they want to be closing out this map, when before it was looking largely in Vancouver's control.
And Vancouver only made that swap for a single team fight. The swap over to the ball and the Hanzo kind of composition. That comp allows them to contest the high ground with their backline, and it allows them to keep objective pressure with the ball, with the tracer, something like that. And so I think in theory it makes a lot more sense to run that kind of comp when you're on attack of Blizzard World. They just only had one opportunity and Sparker shut them down. It was just an amazing play by Sparker. What are we looking at here? Ripper just
close
causing
quarters.
carnage inside.
Yeah, it's just chaos. It's just chaos. I mean, he's in the fight. He's hitting heads. This is Sparker's actually though. Sparker was really the defining moment, I think, in this team fight in terms of his performances. I mean, that's just Hanzo things.
It really
just
is.
Hanzo things. Just sending in the logs from afar.
Yep.
Absolutely doming some individuals.
And the Titans are going to run a very similar comp on defense now. I think it is better defensively than it is on attack. But again, on checkpoint B, Changsik is going to struggle to prioritize high ground versus contesting the objective, which is something the Spitfire with their comp are going to be able to do no problem at all, because they have just way more mobility.
Off to the side. London just trying to get past this spam that's coming their way. They don't want to get hulked and yoinked and comboed into. Linksa is... Okay, this is quite sly of him. He's trying to potentially catch Shax, I think, when Shax goes for a flank. And they have managed to find Hattie, actually. This is perfect timing. The flashbang catches.
He needed to reload.
Yeah, not enough damage. I think the adaptive shields also just came online at that moment as well, which would have kept him up, but not able to get that pick they were looking for. It was quite clever in terms of the setup.
Now Linksa just back in the fight with the rest of his team. Good angle for Ripper to fight from. Look at all of this damage that he's able to put in on the tank line.
Yeah, Chansik forced to pop the Fortify here just to try and survive, but he's not going to be able to survive that. Shaxer just gives him a window of opportunity, chases him down as the Fortify fades, and he goes down just like that. High ground is also just being pressured and pushed away. Reaper falls, though. Shax forced to use the recall. They just need to find something else, but it's looking so difficult. Dalton with the post bomb off into the corner. Kellic just did not have the shield up in time, and that is a reset. London are like, we can't fight this.
Dalton just saved them. Just an amazing pick on his own. Getting into the backline, being able to kill both Ripper and Kellex. He has no assistance there. Yeah, he's getting armor packs, harmony orb, that kind of thing. But Changsik was on Orisa. It's not like that was some coordinated dive play from the Titans. That's brute force from Dalton. And that does a great job, because the London Spitfire's positioning was far better. Playing Ripper from Snax Ramus gives him that angle to be able to bully Changsik to fight. Changsik must get out here. That would be a devastating first pick to hand over. And Lynx is a serious dive target right now as well. Doesn't quite have the same mobility as a Hanzo. Combat roll can only take you so far.
Force bomb in hand. Chansik goes for the power drive, but he's deleted.
Turned into a firework.
Absolutely eviscerated. And that was the Deadeye also being channeled. Linksa, he counters it, moves to the left side, so they still think it's being channeled, but that Dragon Strike into the power drive, it's way too much damage. Fire goes down, and now Shax, he's looking to try and find Dalton. The recall's going to be used. Dalton is in a lot of trouble, has to try and find that health pack. Still trying to take the 1v1, but the fight continues on the front lines. Transcendence now, London, with the heals added onto it. They've now got positioning onto the point, just looking to try and capture it. Self-destruct into the sky, just onto the edge, and it forces them onto the staircase. Dalton with the post bomb right into his grasp.
And that's the double pulse bomb. Tick it off your bingo card. Dalton's good for it again, as the Vancouver Titans with a set play that I'm not sure went perfectly. I think Friedwiener's self-destruct was supposed to go a little further and get comboed into the pile drive, but Dalton saves them with an ult of his own. Let's take a replay from his point of view here. Look at this. The London Spitfire are forced so far away. Oh, and I think that's Kellex just escorts it into the rest of his team. Thank you for the gift. I'll go and talk to Ripper about that.
The Vancouver Titans say no, that this is their time to shine. Self-destruct of their own though, Rolf's gone down. We'll see if he can convert into anything. Dalton falls as well, it's all up to Linksa. the sole DPS now for the Vancouver Titans. Deadeye managed to take out Reaper, so do have that going for them, but the way that they're chasing down these picks, post bomb, that is a surefire connection. Lynx as well, just trying to backpedal furiously, just holding down the S key, is going to be able to take it out there to the respawn queue. London Spitfire to open things up, they're going to get that cap. It's looking, honestly, a little bit shaky as well there. Luckily enough, getting that capture.
Yeah, Sparker makes a compositional swap here to match Lynxer. 76% of his own Deadeye. Hunting, trying to put pressure on the opposing Tracer too. Seeing if he can aid Shaxx in taking away Dalton. Lynx has a Discord orb on him at the moment, and this is where we get to see where the London Spitfire have got what it takes. 2 minutes. They have way more team fights than the Vancouver Titans did with the same composition. But they still have a lot of payload to go, and Vancouver look like they want to go aggressive.
They certainly do. They found Shaxx. So Hardy as well. Power drive comes down, but yeah, not really connecting. Dalton just dodging and skirting around it. Hardy's back for more. Just teasing with the possibility, but I think you might die here, Hardy! Yeah, you're gonna get chased. Good management coming through from them.
Odd 1v1 to try and take. The ball against the Tracer at full HP, when Dalton still has recall and all of his blinks, but... Alright, we won't doubt it. London now making their way forwards. They've got double support ultimates to try and work with. A high noon. But I'd like to see them try and escort their backline up to some piece of high ground. I think now is a good time with the payload pushed at this kind of area to try and work on the top left high ground and try and push Vancouver away. But they're not. They're going to play from the bottom right floor. This does allow them to take the top right high ground after the payload pushes a little further. But Dalton and Changsik are just going to continually try and stop the payload from moving.
Again, look at this pressure that Hardy's under. He's trying to get in position to set his team up for success, but it's so difficult. They've managed to get in at least indoors. Dalton with the pulse bomb. That's a rare whiff, and there's the kill. Roll through, Hardy takes him out with the grapple. Still alive, they haven't lost anybody. This rally armor is coming in handy for them, and you can see these volleys from Reaper. Of course he's feeling empowered, 300 health to his name. Only just now the rally armor starting to decay, but the self-destruct over the top. Almost perfect positioning. It forces London all the way forwards. They have to invest ultimates. The Transcendence just to try and survive this one. They have the healing, but eventually that's going to fade. And here we have it. Forced down to the wire. Vancouver getting the respawns in. The rally armor fading from them as well. Fire using it to try and stay into this fight. Now a self-destruct. Power driver comes down over the top. Rolf could not escape in time. Tries to find his way past the staircase. Mines into the back. Chansik answers with it his own. Sparker falling could be critical, but fried. He's been demexed. It's now overtime. This game, this map, it could not have gone more to the distance. They have to try and find the opportunity, but look at the kills coming in. They're absolutely turning this. The London Spitfire do not have the damage. They don't have it with Sparker gone down and out. It's not possible. And the Vancouver Titans, right at the tail end of it, checkpoint B, they're not going to let it sail into the finish line. That's going to be the map point going their way. Map 3, I should say, to the Vancouver Titans.
That looked almost impossible. Fires all smiles. Lynxer looks like he can barely believe it as well. They pulled that one out at the finish line. London had all of the positioning. Ripper had popped his Transcendence. The Titans were such on the back foot.
I don't know how they lose that, yeah.
How did they do that? They just pulled it out from nowhere. I think the big pick has got to be Sparker getting caught by Changsik's mines. All of the damage was suddenly removed from the London Spitfire, and they just didn't have it. Ripper and Sparker were playing from a low ground where Changsik was able to apply that pressure. Look at him all lonely there, not with the rest of the Titans. We must protect Changsik.
Yeah, and Shaxx, I think, as well, is just returning to Artorias as well, going straight to the abyss somewhere in his camera. I'm not sure where he's gone, but we're going to go to a quick break. On the other side of things, of course, the series, that's going to be a continuation. We're going to find out if we're really going the distance. See you soon.
You could not ask for a better match for the final one of the seasons for these teams. What close maps these past two have been. I thought, just like Anubis, I thought there were multiple times that Vancouver had lost that, and somehow they pull it out in the last fight and win it again. So Vancouver goes up 2-1. They put themselves in a great position to end the season on a win and deny London their first win. But, wow. Dalton is definitely... I know there's still another map to be played, potentially a couple more maps to be played, but Dalton is definitely player of the match. He is making so many plays to keep Vancouver in this. He's definitely putting the team on his back. The big issue I'm seeing is it seems like Rolf has died to every single D.Va bomb, and I'm not sure if those are just really good D.Va bombs by the other team, or if it's like a positioning issue from him where he's like positioning in the wrong areas and not able to get to safety. But I think there were at least 3 on that map, maybe even 4. And when you're on Zen, a hero where you're normally set up safe in the back line, you have all the time in the world to choose your positioning and choose where you want to be. And that's where ult tracking and everything matters. If you're aware they have a D.Va bomb on their team, you also have to be aware that it could come in at any second, and you need to position according to it. So I'm not trying to like pile it on Rolf here, but I feel like he should at least a couple of those been able to live. But overall, they still take the map. They still go up 2-1, so I'm just nitpicking here. But we're going on to... I just had the map up here. Rialto for the next map. A pretty good map. I wonder if we're going to see any like Zarya or anything. I've always loved playing Zarya on Rialto, but... And it looked like London was running it for a little bit there, I think, but I expect to see more Hammond. Teams are just running Hammond 24/7. I would like to see more Changsik or Rissa on attack at least. I think on defense you can get away with a little bit more of a mobile comp actually, which is kind of like the opposite of how you'd normally expect it. But it seems like he's had trouble engaging on attack sometimes. And I think them having the Orisa shield there to help push the cart on a payload could help. But it looked like Teru was also back in. I imagine you're going to see more Sombra comps then. It looked like, I don't think Linkser ran Sombra at all there, so they might have just Teru as the more comfortable Sombra player and put him back on it. I would expect to see him on Sombra here, but 2-1 right now. We have more codes to give out here in a second. I think the breadstick board is getting dangerously close to completion. Do we know which things are still needed on it to complete a bingo? I'm getting the info right now. I'll give you guys an update. 10 ulti limbs, or D.Va has to eat an ult. So, no pressure, Fried Wiener, but I think eating an ult is normally a little bit easier than getting 10 ulti limbs. But luckily, Rialto is a long map. Rialto games always seem to go on forever. So, if there's ever time to get 10 ulti limbs, Rialto is one of those maps where it can be done. But... let's give out those codes now. We have a bunch. Let me go see the last one I gave off here real quick so I don't end up giving the same one twice. Okay, 5v3s. All right, we have another 10 or so to give out here. So, a lot of codes to give out. Make sure you have the chat set the live chat, or else sometimes it doesn't show them. I've already given enough warnings, so here's the codes. 1. Let's see. And these codes guarantee work. If it says, like, code was redeemed or something else, or it gives you an error, it means someone else already probably used the code. People are fast with them. I don't know how they do it. Scalpers and whatnot, trying to get a new graphics card, impossible. But I guess they're getting the bots down in the chats also, so we'll give out one more here. Alright, and we'll save the rest for the end of the match, or after next map, win or lose. But like I said, we have Rialto next. Really, these past 2 maps have gone down to like the absolute last fight. We easily could have been a 3-0 for London right now. Like, London took Lijiang pretty handily, and then really either of these 2 maps they could have won. But unfortunately, well, not really unfortunately, fortunately for us, they didn't, and Vancouver goes up 2-1. So hopefully we finish the breadsticks this last map. Hopefully Vancouver wins it. It makes my final prediction correct, the 3-1 I predicted at the start. But we will see after Rialto. Like I said, Teru's back in, and I will be back after Rialto to hopefully close out the season. Or go into a map 5. We will see.
Here's the update. So what was the one they achieved off to the side there? Was that the double pulse bomb?
That was the Dalton double pulse bomb, yes. And now I believe the community is clamoring, Bren, saying that there was a baby diva limb in the midst of all of that too. Now, the pizza lawyers, I believe, are going to be reviewing the tape and trying to find out whether that is valid, but this is the most updated bingo card from the Vancouver Titans social media. So, as of yet, they have not acknowledged the baby diva limb, and so we're left with Schrodinger's elimination. We may or may not have a dead cat with some breadsticks inside a box. Who knows? It all depends on the superposition of whether that baby diva
we're going to get our best people on the case as well. We're going to be reviewing the footage to try and find that one out. And in the meantime, let's take a listen in at the Vancouver Titans final comms.
D1. Both your tanks are one.
Nice.
Okay, I'm saying.
Go card.
Nice. Soldier top right. Okay, good job, guys. They fucked up. We made it back.
Who has the absolute moxie, Mike, who was in that call when I was listening to that? That is absurd. There has to be a filter or something.
I don't know. I simply don't know. I mean, the players are just using the microphones that they have, you know? That's the quality. Maybe that's what's been holding the Titans back. There's communication problems.
There's no way. It's inconceivable. It's incomprehensible. You can't hear anything. They're coming. Oh, I was trying to look for the mouths to see who was coming here, but I couldn't tell. The screen's too small.
It may have been. Was it towards the very end?
Was it Chansik, apparently?
Apparently it was Chansik, is what our producers
God,
are telling
that's
us.
incredible. I love Chansik so much.
That makes some sense as well, because Chansik isn't with the others in like the Vancouver Titans compound. You know, he probably doesn't have the same gear as everybody else, so he's just using, I don't know, his own.
Listen,
he's using a yogurt pot and a straw.
Trust me, I've been there. You use whatever you can get. I respect that. I mean, I knew there was a reason I like Chansik. It's just another one. I'll dot it down under reason 34.
Yeah, he's been fantastic in the interviews recently for the Vancouver Titans. When we got him on after the Boston game, it clearly meant so much. But here we go. Oh, breaking bread news. The Vancouver Titans have acknowledged the baby diva limb.
Retroactive.
Yeah,
dotted it down.
Retroactive acknowledgement of that on the bingo cards. So we're looking for 10 alter limbs in this map, and the bread will have been achieved. On the other side of things, the London Spitfire, that bread requires back-to-back map wins, which is something they have been struggling with for so long. It has been over a year again since they've had back-to-back map wins, I believe.
Yeah, in franchise history, it's been a brutal one for them. Teru back in on the Farah. It's going to be raining down these rockets, and honestly, we've seen the difficulties I think that London have had in terms of dealing with this one as well, this composition. This time the London Spitfire are not running that trademark Anna Batiste backline that normally is reserved for your diamond games. It's something that they have been bringing out, but it's been kind of lacking in terms of the success rate of it. Still, Teru's obviously being marked super heavily here. Mob's doing a great job of eating up a lot of these rockets coming his way. He has to still play the front line though, and that's the window of opportunity that Terra's looking for. You can see him now moving forwards. He has fire attached, the damage boosted rockets coming, but Shaq's now looking to try and turn things. Dodging, juking, waiting out the recall. He's going to eat one of those rockets, so had to use it as one of his own, but that's the Amp Matrix built up. The Vancouver Titans with this Orisa-based comp. It's been a bit of a slow siege. Finally building up that key ultimate and using it to just essentially just brute force their way past the choke point.
And London were not ready for that.
Sparker?
Hello? The response from Sparker? He's built his ult. This might be turnable.
Wait a second. No one to deny the resurrect, but Sparker's absolutely just kept this team back into this. That was essentially a checkpoint A capture. There was really no chance in hell they were winning that one. But Sparker with some absolute heroics. Chansik eating a ton of damage from these arrows as well. Just about narrowly avoiding death there with his own shield in the way. What a performance from Sparker. Already built up 60% of the next Dragon Strike.
Teru, though, has a barrage. Sparker with another one. He takes down the Tracer. And this is exactly why people were so excited about getting him onto the Hanzo. On an individual basis, he is a beast.
Okay, they got to be careful of this one though, with the Amp Matrix used. Oh, that's the barrage! Teru, right up close and personal. He says, I'll do it myself. Finally takes him out, but he's basically the sole member of the Vancouver Titans left. I don't know if they're going to be able to at least turn this. Still alive, has the response. There we go, fires on him. Dalton gets the kill onto Molf. This could be beautiful for them. A nice little opening, trading out blow for blow. Both these teams desperate to hold on to checkpoint A. The contest coming through, they just need to try and survive.
Changsik is getting close to the supercharger as well. As he returns back to the front lines, it's going to be so crucial. But that might be it. Teru shutting down Sparker. He gets punished though.
Chase down. If they can deny the res as well, it's looking more than doable for them.
Great aggression.
Just being empowered with the Discord orbs, and yeah, what a wonderful response off the back of that one. They know that they have to play aggressive into the backline when they've already lost those players.
Yeah, I love that decision from Spitfire, sorry. They pop the mines, they pop the rally, and they forge a path forwards, even though they lost Sparker. And that increase in tempo makes up for the lack of long, sustained damage over the course of the fight. Vancouver, though, were coming back in with the supercharger that I mentioned previously. Changsik didn't have a time to deploy it in the prior fight, which is a blessing in disguise, honestly. Taking the high ground here. Sparker might be able to just disrupt this entire push with a well-placed Dragon Strike.
Pulse bomb as well from Shax. That's how they're going to be slept up. That's a supercharger. The pulse bomb, it's committed. And Chansik, he doesn't have the fortify to just drop it off of his body. Stick comes through. Shax! What is that? Dalton has absolutely styled on him. That is absurd. That is ridiculous. Oh my god, you love to see it. Perfectly tracking the cooldowns, perfectly tracking the blinks. And just absolutely shows them up. The Vancouver Titans off the back of that. I mean, it wasn't looking great when Chansik dies, but now they got to be sailing this one surely all the way in. Bionade onto Shax as well, takes him up, coming off the back of the respawn. The Dragon Strike coming through. That's a barrage committed just onto Hattie alone. Overtime coming through. They have to try and seal the deal. Sparker gets one, but with this pressure, it's far too much. The London Spitfire is going to be keeling over, and that's going to be the cap there for the Vancouver Titans.
Amazing play from the Spitfire's DPS line at various points throughout that A defense, but Dalton did just style on Shax.
That's
and then
nasty.
Again he got sniped off the respawn. That is so good. I saw a tweet from Miss Liz, one of the journalists we have in the Overwatch League scene, saying that Dalton's been bread lifting. I love that term, the bread lifter. The beast from the yeast. That's what Dalton is in this series.
Yeah. He's absolutely been single-handedly carrying a lot of these fights.
Well, here we go. Now it's Teru's turn.
Yeah. Shax goes down. He might not even need the nano boost here.
Maybe not.
Coming up.
Might not
Chansik
even have line of sight.
Chansik getting so much damage. Has to roll out of there. Dalton with the pulse. That's another stick. Almost getting the one clip as well. Teru, he's got the nano boost, but he's not the real danger right now. Dalton is just tearing him up right into the back line.
Yeah, this is just annihilation coming out from Dalton. It's his insane performances that have powered the Vancouver Titans to their best look so far this season. And you would have normally favored Shax. Historically, he's looked like the better Tracer over the course of his career. But Dalton's putting on a show. Here's a barrage possibility.
Yeah, the barrage has just added extras. Reaper already went down. Dalton's still alive, causing all of this destruction. The Dragon Strike cuts across the point, but they're perfectly happy to weave and bop around it. Self-destruct catching Shax there. That's going to be the sealed capture of checkpoint B. And the Vancouver Titans, you can feel the momentum building.
Certainly feels like it. 2 minutes on the clock. Shax with a pulse bomb, Dalton with his own. See if there's any more fancy footwork happening over on this flank. As London gets back into things, Sparker making a change as well. Some long-range hit scan to deal with Teru. They have Discord Orb, and they have the poke coming out from Sparker, so Teru should not be as much of a threat as he has been so far. I feel like the more resources you put into Teru, though, the more Dalton's going to pop off.
Dalton taking so much damage there. Sparker falls, but this could be what the London Spitfire needed. The Transcendence gives them the healing, and they're able to get 2 picks now. They just need to try and cleanly end this team fight. With Chansik gone down, that's going to mean they don't really have the initiation now to continue this one. So finally, the London Spitfire putting a stop to it.
And great work from Shax there, winning that little skirmish between the Tracers on the right-hand side from the defender's perspective. Yeah, forcing early cooldowns, the recall, the blinks, and chasing down Dalton for the kill. Titans have some opportunities with their ults here, though. They can nano Teru and try and get him into barrage. That is going to draw so many resources from the Spitfire, who are actually going aggressive themselves here. Oh, minefield.
Doesn't have the recoil yet, but he's still trying to put in the work for the rest of his team. That's going to be the res onto Chansik. No denial. Back into the fight, now the minds of his own. Sends it straight down onto the point. Shax, he's going to have to back off. Bob and weave, he catches that pulse! What a performance! That's going to be Rolf and Teru taken out. Not sure why Teru was on the ground, but hey, Shax isn't going to question it.
Not at all. And Hattie now is just rolling through the remains of the minefield in order to buff up Ripper's ult charge. And London are going to be coming back into this one with a rally, with a trance, and Sparker's dead eye. How does the Pharah Mercy operate around this when Sparker can take them down from the skies in the blink of an eye? He's set up on a bit of a flank here as well. He knows what the Pharah is just based on those audio cues.
Yep, they know. The barrage comes off onto the side. It's an nano boost as well. So low, but it eats up all the damage. The Transcendence, that's enough healing. Flashbang as well. Teru has to be so careful here. Just firing the rockets right into them, but the London Spitfire perfectly happy to eat them all up. Space bought though, Rolf back into the fight, Self-Destruct as well, it's going to push them all around the point. Self-Destruct onto the side, Wolf! What a play! Teru and Chansik are taken out, and now he's still in the fray. Right into the backline, supporting the rest of his team. It's going to be the D-Mech there onto Fry, that should be enough to try and secure this one. And it does indeed, the London Spitfire just about holding them there. I mean, that was looking dangerous at points throughout that map as well. The fact that they essentially really did just almost speed run that one through checkpoint A and checkpoint B at times. Getting stopped just short of it now. The London Spitfire can think, okay, we're still in this series.
And breaking carbohydrate-based news.
Okay, here we go.
I believe that we have acquired at least one portion of bread today. Fans rejoice. As far as I'm aware, the Vancouver Titans should have completed their bingo card without us mentioning micro baguettes at any point 10 times in a row. I think we missed a moment there where Fried Wiener ate a pulse bomb from Shax. I can tell you that the people are clamoring, saying that it occurred. I can't confirm it with my mind or my eyes or my memory because I wasn't paying attention to all of that chaos. I can't remember, but we'll get that independently verified later on by the pizza lawyers. But it does seem like the Titans may have been able to secure it. And I think, is that like 3 times in a row or something? After not being able to get breadsticks all season long.
Well, the goalpost has been moved a lot.
They have, yeah. They certainly have.
Moved a lot. This system is much more fun, I feel. You're keeping track the entire time. But yeah, we'll have to get the pizza lawyers on it, who play a crucial role in the pizza cinematic universe that we've created.
Yeah, but here for London Spitfire, now this team has to accomplish their bread as well. They need to get the win here on this map. And the win condition is set out quite clearly for them. Even though it was a decent offense by the Titans, you would normally expect a team to be able to get further. As long as they don't get first point held, and honestly, checkpoint B around that staircase is pretty difficult as well, pushing into a Pharah Risicom. This is absolutely feasible for London.
Yeah, they can do it, but it starts here, checkpoint A. And they've got to deal with Teru as well, just hammering home these rockets from the high ground. Very, very hard to try and break through here. You can see them just trying to take up the high ground position here. London just rotating everybody up top. It's going to give them information as well as that arrow gets sent into the wall there. The rockets, Teru, that's way too much damage. And now, the London Spitfire, they need to take space from this. The res needs to be denied if they want a chance of trying to win this one. Rolf falling, that was no more immortality field as well as that was expended pretty early on. Just trying to chase down the remaining members of the team. London have successfully broken through.
Really great work. They're tracking Teru's fuel gauge there, essentially, and his cooldown on the rocket boosters to make sure that he's within range of Molfig and some damage coming out from Shax and Ripper. And so Teru now makes the swap over to Genji. This is going to be a Tracer Genji game on Rialto. Okay, that means that the backline of Ripper and Sparker is so susceptible to these dives.
What happened there? He's off the map! He got sent off the map by Hardy! The pulse spawn from Shax, but it doesn't even matter.
They didn't
the mines, the Dragon Strike, it pushes them all away. They don't touch!
Uh-oh. the London Spitfire are forging a path forwards. This Genji pick is definitely unconventional, let's say that. But Tracer Genji is very good at being able to get hyper-aggressive and burn down players that don't have that much peel. And right now, without a Brig, Ripper and Sparker are very susceptible to a Tracer Genji dive. So it might look like the Titans are in on this, and they really want London to get their first win of the season. But I'm telling you, it's a strat that could work. Nice boot by Hattie.
Certainly is. Team fight's taking place, by the way. Hattie so low, not able to get healed up. Insta res comes through though, right around the corner, so Kellick's able to get that one off. Reaper has the Transcendence. We've seen some aggressive plays from them in the past. What is that? That is style points, sir. Volley straight into the cranium of Teru, but still the Vancouver Titans hold strong. With Sparker going down, there's definitely an opening for them. D-Mech though, that's going to force out the self-destruct so that Fry can get back into that mech, and you can see the pressure on Reaper is immense. Just trying to survive amidst all of these tank players as well that are just hammering the damage into him. It's a hard task, but he's managed to do it for now, and his card has moved past that dreaded staircase.
Yeah, that's pretty huge actually for the Spitfire. Sparker making the swap as well to deal with more of these flankers. Nano available here. Teru's still miles away from his blade. Who do you even use this on? Probably still onto Teru. Maybe Dalton, considering his star performance recently. Teru, 90%. He gets the Nano.
Yeah, and he has the blade as well. Off to the side. That's going to come through the flash. Bang! Deflect comes through, but that's the kill, and that creates the reset. Teru with 2 sets up the third onto Reaper. Doesn't obviously claim it, but that's more than enough. Enough to win out this team fight. Invest in those 2 ultimates you needed to see big things coming from it.
And this provides an opportunity for Kellex to go over to Brig. So now Teru is going to find it a lot more difficult to make plays like that. And there's a pause coming out from the London Spitfire by the look of it. Malfig calling for it in the chat. Look at Kellex's facial expressions. Look at Shax with his head in his hands.
Yeah.
This is a stressful time for them. They are potentially on their final map of the regular season, staring down the barrel of a 0-16, which, by the way, weirdly, would put them in 19th place rather than 20th in the league overall, but let's not talk about that.
Yeah, the stress must be enormous that the London Spitfire are facing. For all the jokes we've been making about, the carbohydrate-based bowl that this game is, it's the London Spitfire's last opportunity to get that match win. That's what's on the line for them. It's what they've been playing towards this entire season long. To end this season with at least 1 win at the end of it, I think would be a bit of vindication for them.
And on the other side, Brent, the Vancouver Titans are smiles. Rolf, Fire, looking like they're having the time of their lives. They're just enjoying their final moment of the regular season. To their fans from Canada, they are the gods providing manna from heaven. There are just breadsticks raining from the sky at this point. The Canadian fans have been just wandering in the desert for 40 years, it feels. And finally, towards the end, it's just overflowing bounties being handed down from Dalton and crew. Why would you not feel like an immortal being in that moment? And try and pick Genji. I think this is an amazing match.
Well, it's about to start again. The unpause comes through, so the Titans don't have that Dragon Blade built up, obviously, just using it in that last team fight. The Spitfire could potentially now have an opportunity.
Get behind me.
They've got to create some space, though. It's part of the bigger issue at hand, I think. And see them just maneuvering around, trying to take positioning onto the high ground without actually taking any casualties. It's quite difficult when you're constantly being peppered from afar.
Teru, Discord Orb taken weak as well. A little bit of poke damage there. Dalton also getting harassed. Titans are going to find it hard to coordinate on the back line if they stay inside, but as soon as London go out into the open, it's feasting time for Teru and Dalton.
Oh, and he's jumped straight in. That's going to be the mines from Jantic, but I believe slept up in the middle of it, so couldn't get the power drive off like he was hoping for, and Teru has fallen. Dalton has to zip around, has no more blinks available, has the recall, receives the armor pack and the rally armor, so he's nice and healthy. Very hard target to try and take down here. Pulse bomb off to the side. That's Malfig eating up Dalton's pulse, and Shax returning with one of his own. Dalton Oh my goodness, just getting that off.
Sparker missed
The
the
Recall
headshot,
still
yeah.
able to beat into the fight here. Chancing force, Teru back into it as well, by the way. 70% and counting to his ult. Brought enough time for it. It is so scrappy right now between both these teams. With the London Spitfire, they seem to be the ones who are edging it out ever so slightly.
Yeah, Sparker may have hit the headshot there actually, because Fire had just popped his rally. May have been wrong with that call. Here's a Discord orb being applied onto Dalton, pushing him back. This is going to be the checkpoint, and the London Spitfire forge a path forwards.
I can see
They're
it.
trying to be the defensive team. The Vancouver Titans with Genji Tracer are always trying to attack, but I can appreciate Vancouver. They're playing with honor. They're going one by one into the backline instead of all attacking them as a group. They want to make it possible for the Spitfire to cap here on Rialto.
Yeah. Inspired by the chivalry, perhaps, but we'll see. Wolfig eating that one up. The London Spitfire with 2 picks. Wolf and Terror and Fire are down. They don't even need the Deadeye. Channeled up just to push them all away. And the finish line, oh, it's so close. The London Spitfire, I mean, would we have had it any other way? This map, this match all the way, just got to push away the extra targets that are coming towards them. But that's going to be them taking map 4. And we are going the distance. The London Spitfire are going to even up the series.
Wiping beads of sweat from their brow, taking another sip of water. You got to maintain your hydration in a long series such as this. Going all the way to 5. These two teams are so closely matched. It is just ridiculous. The London Spitfire managing to claw their way back into this series. I still could not call it, Brent. I still do not have any idea who's going to win.
It could be anybody's game. We're heading to the 5th and final map. Ladies and gentlemen, you don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. Of course, this is the Bread Bowl. It's taking place on your screens in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
A map 5 to end the season. Could it end any other way? I was just discussing with the producer, man. We had the original breadstick goal was to go to a map 5, and I think this is the first map 5 Vancouver has played all season. But they did also hit the breadsticks earlier, so we've got the breadsticks done. Now it's time to win the match and end the season, put a little bow on top, finish it perfectly. And to do that, though, they're going to need to shut down... oh my goodness, I just had his... One sec. They're going to need to shut down Ripa. I was drawing a complete blank on his name, but the Zen, you can tell how hard London is playing around Ripa's Zen. I don't think I've ever not seen the Diva next to him. So the Diva is literally playing on top of Ripa, and they also have the Brig or Mercy like right next to him, cocking him. And Zen is one of those heroes where if you let the Zen live and have a Discord orb, he will farm your team. So I would like to either see Vancouver run their own Zen. I don't think the Ana Genji is good at all. I don't know why they ran that. I think I would have liked to see the Sombra. Like, Teru's Sombra looked good on Anubis. Sombra, I think, is good on Blizzworld. Or not Blizzworld, Rialto. I don't know why they decided to go Genji. Maybe it's because it's the last map of the season, last match, and they just wanted to have a little bit of fun with it. But I do not think Ana Genji was a good pick there at all. And I also think Vancouver was kind of getting baited there a little bit, trying to dive into Ripa's Zen. You can tell every time they try to make a play, London just hard-pocketed Ripa, and normally they were able to keep him alive. So you either run your own Zen and just don't worry about diving as hard, or you just have to absolutely make sure you get those kills when you do this dive there. But it looks like for the last map, we are going on into his Oasis. So should be a lot more Hammond being played. I imagine Sombra is going to be played here again. Vancouver didn't look great on the first COG map. They definitely looked kind of bad there, but this is, you know, they won their couple maps, they got their momentum, and now we're going in 2-2 to the final map. I got no idea who's going to win this. I predicted 3-1 Vancouver Titans. This match is a lot closer than I expected. I'm still going to go with Vancouver Titans. I think the fact that they've looked slightly better, I think they're going to convert it here, but I wouldn't be surprised at all either to see London get their first win. But again, it would be very nice to wrap up this season, to end on a good note with a win and the breadsticks. That sounds like a fantastic finish to me. So here's hoping the players come out very strong this last one. we got a few more codes to give out here too. I'll give out 4 more right now, and then we'll give out the last 3 at the end of this map. So let's toss these bad boys in chat here, but listen, this is it. This is the final map of the season. Win or lose, this is it for Vancouver Titans. So anyone watching at home, they need a little bit of your energy here. You know, hit him with the spirit bomb, raise the hands or whatever, but this is it. So like I said, that's all the codes. There's 4 right there. I don't know who's playing for Teru or Dalt or Teru or Linkser in this last map. I imagine it's going to be Teru. Oasis is another like Koth map where I can see Pharah being played, and then also the Sombra. He's been good on it, but sheesh, this was as good of a last map set as I could ask for. You know, it would have been nice seeing a nice 3 over Vancouver, have them win nice and fast and be done with it. But as long as they convert this final map here, is the picture perfect ending for them. But yeah, there's a watch party going on for Vancouver right now. I'm not sure how many people are there myself, but okay, so apparently it was limited to 100 originally, COVID reasons, but then they bumped up that number a little bit to like 150. So now they're not sure. So it's a hustling and bustling place. So, and honestly, like both the teams are putting on a good show. Even if Vancouver doesn't end up winning this has been like one of the more competitive matches, and having close maps or close matches that go down to the wire like this are always a good show. But Ash Campbell, there'll be a few more codes after this final map. So listen, I believe that you'll get them here. I believe in you, Ash Campbell. But I will be back after map 5 to give us our closing thoughts on the season, closing thoughts on everything. Thank you guys for sticking with us and watching. It looks like they're about to get ready to start, so I will be back after Oasis.
The team that's got a 100% loss rate in a map 5, there's no way of knowing.
Yeah, and I think it sets the stage quite nicely as well. Our expectations for this London squad were always quite high, and there have been moments, glimmers, where this team could have gotten their first win of the season prior. Yeah, so many times they've come so close to it, and we know there's always been potential there with this squad. This is where they have yet to prove it. Here in the map 5 scenario, they need to get the win on Oasis.
It would be a huge one for the London Spitfire. This game means everything to them. Their final one of the regular season. This is going to be the last map for both of these teams in the regular season. We have Knockout Sunday happening tomorrow as well, though. The action, of course, continues, but I'm afraid you won't be seeing these two teams again. If you're a London fan or a Vancouver fan, soak it in. You ain't getting any more of this.
That's right, map 5 on the cards. Here we go. The teams are going to be clashing head-to-head. The Orisa-based compositions as well, very defensive. London with the early take here, early positioning of the point. They're going to give them control or the option of either playing point or that right-hand approach. Ult comes up. Nothing to really combo it other than the whip shot. That's going to trigger a bit of the Inspire healing going their way. Fortify used early as well here, but the point now just about unlocked. A close rumble right now between both these teams. Stun comes off, Linkser have to use that overload, and it is a brawl. It feels like almost a coin flip as to which team's gonna win. The turret in close quarters, why not? Put it on the counter, the parents aren't home. And now, the London Spitfire rolling deep, rolling past them. That's gonna be surely a team fight win for them as they get that D-Mech down to Fried.
Great work from London. Fried got D-Mech too early on. Linkser was going for a little journey into the backline there. He popped his overload and just ran around. I thought he was going to go for a hammer kill. But it's not going to be the case. Taking a look at the ult bank as well. Obviously London a little further ahead just by virtue of being able to win that team fight. But the support ultimates, some of the most important, are pretty dead even across the board. Shaxx, it feels, is going to have so much difficulty getting value in these comps, but they did win the first one.
Both the windows dropped. Any sort of value to be had. They flip the points. They can't play into it because of the amp matrix. It just gives them the point. Linkser goes down, but Dalton falls as well. Sorry, Dalton getting the pick on the Shaxx. Not able to do much, but that self-destruct has certainly done a lot. Dalton has to respond here, channeling the Deadeye up, but they dodge it. Right into the side corners, just trying to avoid a lot of the damage that's going their way. Now Sparker comes out with one of his own. Again, point flips over. Both of these teams so even in their approach, just letting each other gain control once and again.
Absolutely dead even. Shax with a pulse bomb could be a huge difference maker. They need to force out Immortality Field. Front roll. There's the Supercharger. Changsik, he can't quite reply yet. 99% because he got killed in the prior fight.
The whole puts them together. That Immortality Field is in the way right now. Shax knows that he can get a juicy pulse bomb here. It's essentially a freebie. Just needs to track the defense matrix and get it onto one of the targets. Dodging right around the corner, avoiding a lot of the damage going their way, but there we go. The stick comes through. It's going to be cleaving through them, but the healing is there. With that amp matrix up, they are in a bit of trouble, but they're just going to be dodging left to right, trying to avoid a lot of the damage that's going their way. The Immortality Field, it's good. Shax and Spark are falling, but the London Spitfire are committing ults anyway. That's going to be the amp matrix in close quarters. It's a bit of a weird angle. I'm not sure if they can close this one.
Changsik getting the kill onto Calyx, but Fire falls in reply. The London Spitfire, they've got better positioning, but Vancouver have flipped the point, and they have more players alive. I really did think that window from Ripper was going to turn things for London. I don't hold that against them in the slightest, committing ults to that. It looked like they had enough damage. The Vancouver Titans were getting rinsed. It was only Rolf's Immortality Field keeping them alive. But at the end of the day, Rolf is finding huge value. The earlier window and Dalton finding a crucial pick on the Shax won them that. Now Shax moves over to Hanzo. Way more shield break available here for Spitfire.
This is what I needed. When Shax was on the Tracer, I mean, it's so difficult to play into the Vancouver Titans comp. Against the Flashbang, the Overload, the Shield Bash, the Immortality Field, it's almost impossible. And immediately, you're seeing Sparker just get the pick off they need. The Self-Destruct into the back, Rolf taken out. And more Immortality Field to really save him there, as well as Hardy took it out a little bit earlier. This is going to be the point flipped over as soon as they clean up the rest of these players from the Vancouver Titans. And they have firmly got themselves now in a defensive position for round number 1.
And Linksa probably needs to make a swap here. The Torb is not going to cut the mustard. He moves over, mirroring the London Spitfire. Hattie pops the Supercharger early. Changsik still 10% behind. That's how it's been this whole match.
The Supercharger is down. It's so difficult to play into. Fried, Bash, battered around, has the self-destruct straight up into the air. It's going to force them right into the corner. Hattie's going to survive. Somebody needs to touch. Overtime, just about burning. They're finding their way onto it, but look at that. The Dragon cuts right through the choke point. Fire's gone, and the heals, it's impeccable. Reaper just keeping the team alive, and with the shots ringing true. Only a couple of targets stand left to keep this overtime burning for them. That's going to be the round to the London Spitfire. The start they need, potentially setting them on course here for their first win of the season.
They managed to win the opening control map 2-0. The Titans swept away. Only a couple of opportunities even to win team fights. Can the Titans rally again? Bren, another mind-blowing fact as I just took a look at the league standings. If the London Spitfire wins here 3-2, the Titans and the Spitfire will be perfectly drawn, even in terms of map differential, at -35. Don't worry about the negative number. It's just important that they're tied. They would be 1-15 with -35. There's nothing that splits these two teams over the course of the year. The only thing that could do it is if the Titans are able to rally back and win the next 2 rounds.
If the London Spitfire do it, I'm counting it as evidence that there exists a deity. I'm putting it out there. Parity complete across the board. Some sort of symmetry in the universe. We've all been looking for it. But now the Vancouver Titans, they're going to be on this Wrecking Ball composition. The London Spitfire playing the Orisa. It's what Custer was seeing the praises of. He wanted to see them try it. Maybe not with Shax playing the Tracer inherently, but now the Vancouver Titans still not giving up the point just yet. They've got the high ground control. Power Driver is good. So much damage. Reaper forced to use the Immortality Field, but the heals are there. Fry getting demeched means should be an easy setup to clean up the rest of this team fight. And it is just that.
Huge amount of heals coming out from Reaper and Calyx. Overwhelming. The Vancouver Titans had the positioning, they had the damage, but London were able to sustain with the Immortality Field, and then Ripper essentially built up his ultimate just by healing the rest of London. Yeah, specifically if we think back to what Custer was advocating for, he wanted Sparker playing Hanzo. But this map is quite close quarters, and he wants to be able to support Shax and deal with Dalton on the Tracer a little. So I don't mind this pick at all. He's going to get close to a Deadeye. Deadeye and Window could just rip through the Titans without a shield.
And no ultimates for the Vancouver Titans. It's going to be so hard to push into this right now. And Matrix online for Reaper, just needs to essentially pick and choose the right moment, and there we go. It's dropped onto the high ground. It's going to be the recall as well. Shaxx just perfectly marking Dalton the entire time, following up on a lot of the damage that's being done by the rest of his team. Another D-Mech onto Fried. It's not ideal for them, but
Ripper
that
falls.
headshot that Lynx had just got, that could be massive. Ginormous, perhaps. Ult's coming through, that's the post bomb. Shaxx clutching it up. What is that? Oh my goodness, it's 4 kills in the end, and it's another day in the office. Not even a smile coming onto his face there.
Incredible performance. He's just clutched that for his team. With Ripper down, it almost seemed like the Titans were in a position to be able to take the control of that objective and put the Spitfire in a really uncomfortable position. Now Titans are the ones with their backs against the wall. Lynx is going to be able to get up to a Dragon, might be able to force the positioning of the Spitfire a little. But Kellex still has a rally. This is so hard for the Titans. They need Dalton now more than ever.
Sparker, Deadeye comes across, almost eating an arrow to the face. Survives in the end though. Just trying to hold on. Chantix's off, straight off the map. The Dragon Strike splits them across, and it's going to force the positioning. But the London Spitfire, they can taste it. Victory is on the horizon. Only a couple of players left standing with the rally armor fires popping. They do have to sustain, and Lynx, what a headshot. Kellex taken out, the high ground strips around. This is wonderful for them. Self-destruct over the top. No one's going to be falling from it, but can they get the picks necessary? Immortality Field still in play, but Dalton with the post bomb, that's one. They need to flip this over, and they do just that. But they've got to win out the team fight. Lynx is still available. The arrows from the high ground, Sparker's taken out, and that should be the win.
Lynx has just been phenomenal this round on Hanzo. Finding that pick on Ripper. Oh no, the London Spitfire are coming back into this one. Lynx was not ready. This would be devastating.
Shaxx with 2! You gotta be kidding me! Fire and Lynx are down and out. The Vancouver Titans, they were breathing a sigh of relief, thinking that they had stopped that attack, stopped that approach, won out the team fight, but Shaxx has come alive. Self-destruct over the top, but it doesn't even matter. Shaxx is indomitable, and that is gonna be it. The London Spitfire get their first win of the Overwatch League season, and you can see how much it means to them. It's cathartic. It's a release, it's vindication for them. Finally in map 5, they've done it.
That is just an incredible moment for London. That it tastes all the sweeter knowing the trials and tribulations that they've gone through all year long. This roster didn't know what it was like to lose and it feel like there was no finish line in sight. Changsic a little mortified that the regular season couldn't end with a slight upswing for Vancouver, but they can be happy knowing that the Spitfire didn't overtake them. It is a weird draw for 19th place in the league at the end of the regular season between these two teams. Like I said, 1 and 15, both of them end at a negative 35 map differential. But London are not thinking about that. They're thinking about how close they were to letting it slip away and how relieved they are that they found the win. What a performance from Shaxx at the end there and throughout that entire map. Unbelievable.
And that's going to be one of the major takeaways. Our player of the match, well, there's one individual who we're all thinking of. It's Shaxx. I mean, he essentially put the team on his back, it felt like, at the final moments there. But on the Tracer, this guy, an absolute animal. And his ability as well to just stay cool, calm and collected. The fact that he plays so aggressively and yet has some of the lowest deaths per 10 minutes on Tracer as well is just, I think, incredible. It's unheard of.
Yeah, he's been an absolute phenom. Dalton as well, having a crazy performance throughout the majority of this match. But in that final map, Shaxx just came alive. Who plays Tracer into that comp as well, the bunker comp with the Torbjorn at the beginning? But when he made the swap over to the Hanzo, it made all the difference for London. That extra poke pressure, and then the Tracer as he pulled it out on Garden. My word, pulse bomb attach rate of 70% with over a 2 final blow to death ratio. What a beast. What a phenomenal game to end the regular season for Shaxx. That's everything that the London Spitfire were looking for.
Just complete vindication, like I was saying, Josh. And as the only person who predicted London out of the broadcast talent today, I think I deserve this. A little bit of a slice of bread as well. A little nibble on the side.
There you go.
Unbelievable,
take,
really.
Take your victory.
Yeah,
London
taste
Spitfire today, they got the bread. How does it taste?
bland, just like the UK. So there we go. Beautiful work from them.
Brent, I know as well that the entirety of the desk voted for, predicted for the Vancouver Titans. You were the sole person that was rooting for and expecting a victory to come out from London. So I'm going to give you this. This was the Artisan Baguette that represented the Vancouver Titans, and I'm gonna role play as the desk right now. What? Tell me, what am I?
An idiot sandwich.
What am I?
That's what you are, Josh. You're an idiot sandwich. You're an absolute idiot sandwich for doubting the London Spitfire, for doubting that it was going to happen. An absolute idiot sandwich. And that goes for the rest of the desk as well. As we throw to a break, we've got an interview with Sparker. I want to see their grim faces as they realize the mistake they've made today. We'll see you in just a few, ladies and gentlemen. You know you don't want to miss that.
Touch, don't panic and kill touch, don't panic.
Tracer, you call it.
Full main, 3, 2, 1.
Pop,
bomb.
I'm going.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, we are up in million people, guys. We won. Okay, nice.
Let's fucking go.
Let's go. Oh no!
Holy.
Well, it was a good season, everybody, but unfortunately, Vancouver falls the London Titan in the final match. Honestly, I'm a bit conflicted because I never want to see a team never win a match. And seeing like London's faces after that final win, like you could tell how much that meant to them. So congrats to them for winning. Again, you never want to see a team never win. And luckily Vancouver Titans got their win against Boston last week. So it would have been nice for them to wrap up the storybook ending though and have a win, the breadsticks and everything for the final match. But what can you say? It was about as competitive of a match as you can ask for though. Going to 5 maps, having some of them go as close as they did, like, it was a good show. And to everyone who was watching, the fans in the arena who were there watching, hopefully people enjoyed the show for it, because these players played well. All of them, you can tell, put in a lot of work throughout the season, especially dealing with some of the turmoil with everything Vancouver had to deal with, losing their main tank after the first split, having some of their players playing with like 200 ping from Korea. They had a lot of factors going against them, but they had a lot of competitive matches throughout the season. And again, they were able to take the Boston one and look great during that. So overall, the players should be proud of themselves how they competed this season. Like, I'm sure all of them would have wanted to do better, would have wanted to end on a better note. But again, at the end of the day, they put on a good show and they played their hardest. And that's really all you can ask for. So shout outs to the players. Thank you to all the fans for watching this season. For sticking around here and hanging out with me. This was a very out of my comfort zone type of thing for me, but I had a good time with it. Thank you for Vancouver Titans for having me come on and do this. They were always super friendly, super cool. So shout out to them. Shout out to the sponsors. We have, let me quickly go down the list. Sportsnet, Best Buy, Intel, Pizza Hut with the breadsticks, Monster Cat with the audio, and my TD Bank. If you never need to do your bankings, Circle K, if you need gas or snacks, they got them also. So shouts to all of them for sponsoring Vancouver. Wouldn't be possible without them. And again, thank you guys for sticking around here and hanging out with me. Yeah, I shouted out to them again, but shout out to everyone at the watch party, anyone who's in Vancouver actually and watched this match. It was a close one. It was a good show. Again, unfortunately, Vancouver didn't win it, but again, it was a competitive match, and that's really all you can ask for. So thank you to all of them. I have a couple more codes to give out. These are the last 3 we have. I've done all the rest, so these are the final codes of the season. Get them while they're hot, and then we are done with this. So 1, 2, and final code. All right, and thank you guys all so much again for making these weeks as enjoyable as they were. Sorry that the matches couldn't have always been more competitive, but again, the players definitely played their hardest, and we had a win in there against Boston, some good showings overall. So thank you guys all for an amazing season. That is going to be it for me, I believe, though. I don't think we have any other notes we're missing. Final check, anything I missed? All right, we are good then. So with that, I am Harblue as always, signing out, and that's it. That's all. Have a good night.